with, I think it was Bill and Stephanie and Paige and Jess and I and the two chiefs. And that was really, I think those meetings were really about the stadium, the 2026 event license, but they grew quickly. I think by the second meeting, they grew into the idea of opening the stadium lease, which we're all in favor of. It turned into, I think we delivered a term sheet in early June and then another revised one in like June 18th. My dates might be off a little bit, but and that's kind of where it has stalled. We when I speak with Bill, always are willing to have a meeting, which is fantastic. But I think if we really want to amend the stadium lease, and we really do, I think if to come to a consensual agreement, we really need to engage and have a set of series of meetings where we can negotiate this thing. I understand that there's. Town council has said we need to, if we go forward with this, we need to have a May town, or have this approved at town meeting. Ideally, that's 10 months away. So ideally, we can engage with you. We can set up these series of negotiations. We can, get agreement with the board, move to AdCom, warrant articles, and then eventually to the residents. And we'd be happy to host some forums and talk about the benefits of this change. I know that's a lot of work to do, especially with the term sheet that expired. So I think our ask tonight, and that's why we're here tonight, is where we would like to ask you to, send me, or send Jess, or send us a letter saying that you're interested in reopening that term sheet as the start, and then have a serious set of meetings where we can, an hour a week or 2 hours every other week. I realize you're a volunteer board and respect that. But so we can really roll up the sleeves and get to this consensual agreement that I think will have tremendous value.
Yeah, and just to sort of summarize what Dan said, our goal coming out of this meeting this evening is to have the board agree to moving forward with a set cadence of meetings, because now we've had conversations, they've been productive, there's definitely a lot of feedback, but one of the things that is coming from those conversations is that there's definitely a lot of negotiation that needs to take place. And the term sheet that we delivered, there were things that were good and there were things that needed to be discussed that were non-starters. And so in order to have some sort of plan in place, we would like the board to agree to come together and meet with, like I said, a level of regularity, a set cadence of meetings, so that we can hopefully get to a mutual agreement and then be on the same page and have some sort of stadium lease amendment buttoned up and ready to go before town meeting, and be working towards getting consensus for that by May. And 10 months is a nice amount of time, but it goes so quickly. And between, again, I don't need to tell you, you're a volunteer board and everybody's being pulled in a million different directions. And so sort of having that set timeline to go off of, I think will help us move forward in a way that lets each meeting sort of compound on the previous one versus kind of having to start over after each one.
I guess I'm a little confused. I don't know why there has to be a letter from this board stating that we'll do that, because we've always been willing to do that. If you said tonight that you wanted to do something, I think we would try to set up a schedule that works. Obviously, there are times where that schedule might have to be blipped just because of other schedules that happen during the year. But I don't think it takes this board writing a letter to say that we'll do what we've always been willing to do. So, my opinion is that basically if it's that simple a request that you want to continue to meet, that you bring things forward, we'll bring things forward in the discussions, then, unless I hear something from the board, I don't see that there's any disagreement with doing that. As you know, it would only be two of us, unless it's done in public session like this type of a meeting. So, and we've taken the tack before where it was Steph and I, because she was the vice chair, and now Amy's the vice chair, so it will be Amy. And we would have Paige, obviously, as our chief executive officer there. But I've said this before, and I will say it again, because when you have us, you have the decision makers, representing the board that's here. Not that we can speak for the 5 members. And I know you feel that obviously you represent the craft organization, but there's been a lot of communication with multiple players within your organization, and half the time it comes back with, nobody agrees to agree on your side. So, the term sheet was an interesting set of information. I think based on what it offered the town at this point and what it's asking for the town, again, based on a, very clear, I want to be very clear that there's 12 years left in the current lease, there's 30 years after that. So amending the lease is going to be something that if we were amended, it's not going to have a 42-year life on the amendment. And so there's things like that, we're not waiting 10 years for a change potentially. And, there would have to be some real guidelines here in a term sheet like that. And so, and again, because not only do we have to be satisfied that, we've done our best representing the town, when it goes in front of town meeting, to your point of having time to try to, explain it to the town, people are now going to be looking at this in a much different light because they've had 20 years of experience under the lease that we have. So it's going to be something that has to be really rock solid and, benefit, potentially both sides. That's fine. But so I think, again, if you're looking for regular meetings, I'm sure we can set up a schedule and we're happy to do that. It may have to be not during the day at times because obviously you can't always commit to that.
I'm pretty flexible.
Okay, so I'm retired, so I can do whatever. But she still has scheduled things that happen too, so.
But I like days better than nights.
Yeah.
So I can make it work.
So I don't think it requires a letter. I think it just requires us as a board saying we're willing to do that.
And then I think that would be a great idea, the 3 of you, and if there's ever a time that, well, and Katie too. the
Maybe
4 of you.
Marie.
If there-
Marie
if
would
there's
be
ever a time that Jay needs to be part of those meetings, and then I think then what we could do is, as things are moving along, or even stalling, then maybe we come into executive session 15 minutes before, and you give us a quick,
Yes.
where you guys are.
I think at this point, we will have, until this is resolved, at least once a month, an executive session that the board gets updated. If
Yep.
necessary, it'll be every meeting.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Just again, I want to keep this board as current as possible, if there's positives or negatives, or if we have questions, to see how you guys feel about those as well. So again, I think we'll just do that as a, unfortunately, as a regular course of business, so. Does that,
I think from our side, Bill, we'll have probably Jim Nolan or someone, a business person in the meeting as well. We have no
That's fine.
plans to bring in general counsel.
yeah. I mean,
There'll be time for that.
typically, we wouldn't need Jay unless we get down to actual real legal
Agreed.
things, but, to your point, having Jim, us having Marie on things where she can kind of, it is, Marie has done her best trying to tie out to your version of our numbers. She can't do it. So there are a lot of questions that way, and maybe at some point, Jim and Marie sitting down and going through the numbers to see how they come out first, to get that all clear, is a good idea too.
I think you're exactly right. So a lot of things you just mentioned are things that will all come out in this cadence of meetings that Jess talked about.
So,
But it won't happen unless we do that, so, great.
are you looking for every other week? And the only reason I say that is because obviously we want change between the meetings. We don't want to go into the next meeting and say, okay, well, we're not really haven't made any, substantive changes. If that were to happen, we could just, decide not to have that meeting, I suppose. But if you want to start it with every other, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, wanting to be respectful of your time.
Yeah. Mondays and Tuesdays are my best, but I can do Thursdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays if I have to.
Mondays are best.
Monday's your best?
Mondays usually work for me as well.
Does Mondays works for you?
Yeah,
Sure.
Okay, and a time?
up to you.
After 9.
Well, that's a good thing. What do you think, Paige?
Well, I really only have one standing commitment, and that's at 10:15, but that's only once a month, so,
Want to do like one?
yeah, maybe one.
It's your time to open up your day.
Mhm.
Want to do one?
1 o'clock?
Okay.
That's
What,
fine.
starting this Monday, the 27th?
Or do you want
It'll
to
be tough
push it
this
with-
Monday. I'm coming out from Boston at noon, so this Monday would be tough.
Let's, I mean,
I could
it's
probably
kinda
make it
close.
work.
Let's push it to the following Monday and just start every other week from there.
Okay, so the 3rd
Yeah,
at 1?
I want.
Okay. I can send it out.
Yeah.
So you two and Jim?
Yes.
And obviously, if you don't feel Jim needs to be there at that time, and if we don't feel Marie needs to be there, we'll,
Here.
yeah, definitely.
We're happy to host too if for any reason this location doesn't work, but we can make this the default.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. We're good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming in.
Appreciate you for coming in. Okay, we're actually on about 7:05, so we have a public hearing, nuisance of dangerous dog, Andy and Malone.
Motion to open the public hearing as the Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, beginning at 7:05 PM in the Gala Meeting Room, Town Hall, 40 South Street, Foxborough, Mass., in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157, and Chapter 78 of the Code of the Town of Foxborough to address a hearings request filed with the board to determine whether one or both of your dogs, Mandy and Malone, are a dangerous or a nuisance dog as defined by General Law, Section 140, Paragraph 136A. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter should appear at this time and the place designated.
Second?
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes?
Bill, yes?
Amy, yes. Debbie, yes.
All right, good afternoon, or good evening. It's been a long day. So I brought this matter before the board because these dogs have become a major nuisance within this neighborhood, and honestly, at this point, within this part of town in general. On more occasions than I could even count, the numbers were overwhelming when I started putting everything together. These dogs have been out running loose. This is an issue that's been going on for the last couple of years now. And despite citations, conversations, coming up with options, suggestions, things like that to try to prevent this, it's continued to be an issue. For the owner, these dogs have an electric fence that was installed a few years ago. However, they continue to run through it. Does not seem to be preventing them from getting out at all. We've discussed putting in a physical fence, but was told at that time that it was not feasible to put up a physical fence. We've also discussed leash walking the dogs so that they're not just running loose, running through the yards and things like that. However, even with all of these discussions, the dogs continue to be left alone in the yard, and they are continuing to run loose for hours sometimes. They're out just running around the whole neighborhood. At one point, the owner did state that the dogs are getting out when her children are home. Friends come over, open the door, dogs start past them. We've discussed putting up like a baby gate in the doorway to prevent the dogs from getting by, or crating the dogs so that they can't exit the home when somebody's entering. We also discussed using the garage door instead of using the front door to try to add an extra barrier for the dogs. Nothing seems to have changed. Dogs are still consistently running loose. So since none of these suggestions have been used or worked, seems to kind of go both ways. Some are used, some aren't, some work, or none of them work regardless of whether they're used or not. They are still continuing to run loose. I have sent over emails from neighbors. I went on Foxborough Discussion, was able to find some posts that I could definitively say were these two dogs running loose. There are so many posts on there. It could be more that they're running loose, but these ones I could definitely connect via either the owner was spoken to through comments on there, or pictures were posted of the dogs to confirm. And then also through my call logs, just from where people have called me to let me know that they were loose, and then police logs where if I'm not in and they've been called in and the police has responded for it, then it has shown up on there, and that's been numerous times as well. The dogs are in no way, shape, or form aggressive. They're friendly dogs. They're having a blast out there running around. So I'm not worried about them being a danger and a sense of aggression. I am worried, however, that they're a danger in a sense of traffic. I mean, this is Mechanic Street they're running down, Cocasset Street they're running down. They're crossing over I-95 at some points. So this is a major safety issue as far as traffic goes, whether it's somebody swerving to miss or somebody hitting them and becoming injured themselves, on top of the fact that the dogs themselves getting hit by a car is, you know, of course, tragic. So since I'm kind of out of options for enforcement here, I definitely think that we've kind of escalated to this level, and I would recommend the dogs be deemed a nuisance. Both of them definitely are a problem here, and I would say that my recommendation would be that a physical fence be put in for these dogs. Anytime they're not in the fenced area, that they be walked on a leash, and anytime they're outside of the home, and responsible adult be out there monitoring the situation. So that way, even with a physical fence, they're still not finding ways to get out.
And if they continue in the violation of a nuisance, what becomes the next step?
So then we can step it up from there. Citations become a little bit more, and we can also take it up to like a court level if they continue to violate the order here.
As soon as I saw Fox Lane, I'm not sure if it's these two dogs, but I have seen numerous posts of people, and they say by the occurrence, you know, in that area, so.
I mean, I like kind of did a quick map of just places. Fox Lane is off of Chestnut Street, and these dogs have been seen, the YMCA. They've been seen down towards the Sage School on Mechanic Street. They've been seen over I-95 down Cocasset, the other end of Cocasset towards the Rotary. I mean, they're traveling quite a ways at this point.
A little tour of Foxborough.
Right.
Has there been anything recent?
Actually, yes. So even just since the notice was sent to the owner for the hearing, I received an email on July 5th letting me know that they were out on July 4th. And then I received an email this past Sunday stating that they were loose again. I believe this past Sunday it was just one of the dogs was loose, but she was not sure which one it was because she doesn't know the names of the dogs. She just said the lighter one.
Thank you.
Is the owner here?
I'm right here.
Would you come up, please? Please state your name and address.
Tracy Dulesky, 14 Fox Lane.
Okay. So in response to what you just heard, what is your side of the story?
So I'm not disagreeing that my dogs escaped Mandy. I've only had 2 dogs since November. I've had Mandy for 5 years, so this has been an issue with Mandy. Everything that Casey has suggested, I have done. I even have pictures. I have notes on the doors and big, bright fluorescent things talking about the dogs. We lock every single door. They are only on runners in the front and in the backyard. I did try training because someone actually offered help and helped train and got a collar from Malone, but Mandy will keep escaping the electric fence. So we don't even do that anymore at all. The only thing that didn't work is just the gate in the house. That's the only thing that didn't work for us. I have a 78-year-old mother, I have my brother-in-law, and I have my stepdaughter who have cognitive issues. So that has put a hindrance in it. I can't stop my family from coming into the house. The kids have done really well. The thing is Mandy, I agree with the fence. Like, I really want the fence. I need help. And that's the one thing that only one person has ever asked through the years is, do I need help? Everything outside of that has just been, you know, my phone number, my address gets pasted on Facebook, really unkind messages that really are a deterrent. But I would absolutely love help. I said I agree with the fence. I even have 100 feet of chain link fence, but I don't have posts. A single mom, I don't have help. So I've followed every idea, and again, the only one that just did not work was the gate inside. I don't want my dogs out. I want my dogs home. And I definitely don't want them out, because I also don't like seeing the posts on Facebook. I'm afraid for my dogs. They have Apple Watches, so I know where they are. I've done everything I can to try. It's Mandy. I can't get her to stay in as much as we try.
And I know this is a hard thing to even say, but have you considered rehousing Mandy? to some-
I did. I did consider rehousing her. At one point, I considered, and then I don't think that would be in her best interest. Not my best interest, in her best interest. She is extremely attached. The one thing that we haven't been able to do, and I financially do not even know how I could pull this off, is a fence. That's the one thing we don't have. I've looked at prices, tried making plans to be able to get that. I can't accommodate that. At least not at this moment.
Not saying it's an appropriate use or that they would even consider it, but, Partners in Patriotism has done things, but I don't know, they'd have to look at how the hardship is, I guess, and the financial concern
For a
there.
grant, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
Which
mean,
is something you could apply for.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. The worst they can say is no.
Yeah, and I don't know of any, unless Paige, you guys know of anything in town that's.
Some of the community groups,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
Or even,
My fear is now that, the board's going to go the direction it's going to go, it's going to cost you no matter how you look at it. And I would prefer it just stop now and you get done what you need to get done and you survive it that way versus incurring costs that and then have to incur more costs. So, okay.
I love help.
Anybody else have any other?
I mean, just that, I mean, it's hard for, it's hard for, I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I think, most of us up here have had, either have dogs or have had dogs, and I think, for me, it's hard to sit here because usually it's, the dogs are, we're deciding whether they're going to be nuisance or dangerous, and they're aggressive, and it's very clear cut from us with Casey's advice. And, something, I'm not one to just be like, start a GoFundMe or something. But I'm wondering, like, maybe, do you have some friends that might, it's heartbreaking to hear this, because I can feel your pain, and a lot of time, the owners up here, saying that none of this is true, my dog doesn't do this, and you're owning up to, and I can feel that you're trying, but the problem is, at some point, there'll be nothing else we can do, because Casey's done giving you all, and you're sitting here and you're being very honest that you've tried this, you've tried that, but I hate to say it, but I think if you can't find a way to maybe get the fence, and same thing, once a dog, how long have you had Mandy?
Almost 6 years.
Yeah, so that's a long time. So I get that. It's like all of a sudden just giving your child to another family. But I think what Bill said, you're going to have to do something, because then it's at some point, if it can't be fixed, then I think when you say there is a next step, and obviously you talked about not necessarily making them dangerous, because they're not dangerous,
Right.
but so is the next step saying that the dog has got to be out of the home? Is that what the next step would be?
No, so we can't order her to rehome
Okay.
her dog or
Okay.
to move her dog anywhere.
Yeah.
The next step is this: we have the hearing And if you guys decide to put that in place, then we can put these extra restrictions on her dogs. So if we don't do that, then the downside is that if we leave here without deeming the dog a nuisance and without putting these extra restrictions on, then I don't have any follow-up with her if she chooses to not put a fence up, or if she can't find somebody to help with the fence. Whereas at least if those are in place, I can have a little bit more enforcement, since what I have now is not working, unfortunately, so.
And you know what, I would ignore Facebook. People are mean. You know, they're on there and they say things on there that they would never say to your face. If I were you, I would ignore those. And, you know, I can't make you any promises, but Foxborough is a very generous, compassionate community. And like I said, maybe reach out to Partners in Patriotism,
Definitely will.
maybe some friends can help you to see if you can get to that point. And, you
I
know,
had a couple friends that were really tempted to do a GoFundMe, but because of how people's reactions and posts on Facebook,
Got it.
that they,
ignore that.
They-
And
they're afraid to.
and see what they can do. But the other fear I have is, and I bet you do too, is one thing, if their dogs, they're running around, they're having a great time, one of them crosses one of the major streets and get hit, then, you know.
Awful.
it's my
Falls into a pool, does anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of
The dogs have one thing going for them. Everybody does comment on how nice they are and how friendly. So at least if they're running amok, they're not shaming you.
Okay.
Is it only getting out like a back door or a front door?
No, so the problem is that it actually comes in waves. Once Mandy decides to get out, she will then go in waves with it. And then she kind of stops. And that has been the pattern that I've noticed through years. So sometimes I can see it in her eyes where I know she's planning and she's plotting, and we do everything.
In the fence company that's done the invisible fence, they have checked to make sure that the collars are on the
Yes.
right way and stuff?
Yep, he
'Cause-
electrocuted himself. We had him come back to make sure. So it's hunting. Mandy just loves to chase bunnies and squirrels. So especially during spring when the bunnies come out, I think I don't know if she gets energy or adrenaline and doesn't feel a shock, or she doesn't care. And then she'll do that, and then she'll stop. And then, unfortunately, Lauren Malone will just follow Mandy everywhere. So,
Okay. Everybody good?
Yeah.
I think we'll follow Casey's recommendation on the nuisance side.
Just check if there's anybody else that wants
Oh.
to speak.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, is there anybody else in the public who has any, that wishes to speak? Okay, thank you. Oh, sure. Got to come up to the mic, and you have to name and address, please.
I'm Brenda Glover. I'm Tracy's friend. When you asked, are they escaping like through the front door, back door? It's not like she's letting them out freely to go to the bathroom. She has leads at each door, but if like the kids open the door and Mandy's on her, wants to go, she sneaks out. So, but otherwise, she's really attempting to keep them on the lead. They got the electrical fence repaired. It's not working. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Motion to close the public hearing?
second,
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes.
Bill, yes?
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes?
Help me come up with a motion, with everything you said.
First you have to do the nuisance
Yep.
to determine if it's
So
nuisance or not.
move to declare both dogs, Mandy and Malone, a nuisance.
Correct.
Second.
I don't think we need a roll call.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next.
All right, and then move to put the recommendations in place, which are that a physical fence be put in, the dogs be walked on leash at all times if off property, and that a responsible adult be monitoring the dogs when they're outside of the home.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Thank you, guys.
Hearing none. Thank you.
Good
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Right on time again.
On or about 7:25, public hearing for 76 North Street, municipal conversion application.
Motion to open the public hearing as the Select Board pursuant to Foxborough zoning bylaws, paragraph 275-7.1, will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, beginning at 7:25 in the Gala Meeting Room, Town Hall, 40 South Street, Foxborough, Mass., on the application for a municipal conversion permit for the property located at 76 North High Street, Foxborough, Mass., as the applicant proposes to demolish all existing improvements at the property and to construct a new 4-bedroom, single-family dwelling on the property with a full basement and a gross living area of 2,686 square feet and a new septic system submitted by Jackson Homes LLC.
Second.
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes.
Bill, yes.
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes?
Sorry.
Okay. Good evening, Jeff and Joe. Again, names and how you're representing, and then you can explain what your side of it is.
I'm Jeff Lovely, a local attorney, and I'm here with my client, Joe Lynch, who is the manager and member of Jackson Homes, Inc., a local real estate developer. And I'm also with me tonight, behind me, is my son, Jack, who has recently joined my practice.
Congratulations, Jack.
Congratulations.
So this is a property that the town took for taxes and was subsequently condemned by the building inspector. And you've probably seen the pictures, and I'm sure you were involved in the process. My client was the high bidder. The town offered it in a way that didn't allow us to do full permitting before we came in here. This is sort of what I'd call almost a generic permit, and acknowledging that additional permits will be required. But the goal is to take a smaller, single-family, dilapidated, horrible mess and create a new single-family home. Will comply with sidelines, will have a new duly permitted septic system. My client will need to get a demolition and building permit. There's actually a recent development in the law where prior to about July 9th, he would have had to get a special permit finding from ZBA based on, and maybe we can ask Paige about this, but based on a new state law that this use, as long as it complies with height and sideline setbacks, is going to become an of-right use. So our request, I did submit house plans and a little bit of information, which was all we could do because we haven't been able to do the full due diligence. So the way this is going to work, I believe, is under our contract. If your board is inclined to grant this conversion permit, we would close with the town in about 30 days. Joe would take title, complete the process, et cetera. Happy to answer any questions.
No, unfortunately, I have walked in the house with the issue and without a hazmat suit. I don't know that I would recommend it for
Oh,
anybody
that's
else.
a Tyvek suit type of house.
But again, so the real, really all we're doing here is allowing to go from a municipal to, back to a residential property. The house seems consistent with the neighborhood, so that's, I can't imagine neighbors have any issues with this. They're probably kind of thrilled as what might be happening here. So from my perspective, I really don't have any other questions or concerns, but
I don't.
anybody on the board?
No, I think it's great.
No,
Absolutely.
Anybody here?
Is there anybody in the audience that has any comments?
Okay.
Jack, any comments? Any advice?
What he said.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes.
Bill, yes.
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes.
Sorry, I was pulling an Amy. Okay.
Motion to approve the municipal conversion application for 76 North High Street submitted by Jackson Homes LLC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Awesome.
Hearing none.
All right, thank you very much.
Your son did a great job.
He told me what to say.
I'm sure, because he's so new.
Walkthrough?
Huh?
You guys don't want to do a walkthrough?
No, I'm pretty sure this board doesn't want to do a walkthrough.
If you have 5 hazmat suits,
Exactly. I'd have to buy 5.
Maybe when the new house is up, we'll come see the new house.
That would be worth a walk.
All right, we're actually early, so we can go on
I
to,
was just trying to get Mike Mullen to come in, because you could let him go home, but I don't know. You want me to go grab him?
sure.
yeah, why
You got
not?
10 minutes? Yep. Yep.
items.
We have 10 minutes.
Well, we let Mike get out of here if we can. Why don't we do one action item while she's doing that?
Sorry, I got a lot of papers here.
Donation.
Yep, got you. Move to accept the donation from the Foxborough Fish and Game Association in the amount of $500 to the Rec Department for the annual Kids Fishing Derby.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Motion to approve,
he's here.
he's here.
Trying to get you out of here.
Good evening, board.
Good morning.
We all wanted you to stay, but
I know, no, thanks. I love it here too. So good evening. I'll try to make this really quick. Back in April, in executive session, we talked about in the board initially approved proceeding with a health insurance opt-out policy. Basically as a follow-up to our discussion in April, we did have a personnel board meeting, which we discussed it with them. We also had an IAC meeting at the end of last month, and we reviewed it with them as well. Everyone is on board, but just in advance of open enrollment, just wanted to follow up with the board to make sure we actually had the board final approval on it before we rolled it out and have it effective for 9/1.
Nothing has changed from what we discussed at that point in time.
It's exactly as it was approved. The health insurance opt-out incentive for an individual employee who opts out after 2 years would be at $2,000 a year, and the opt-out for an employee who has been on a family plan for 2 years would be $5,000. It's exactly as we discussed in April.
Any concerns, comments?
No.
Motion?
I unfortunately don't have it.
That one was no motion, I didn't need
That's what I
that one,
thought.
but, motion.
What, do you want a motion?
Motion to approve the
The health insurance opt-out policy as proposed.
As proposed. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Have a good night.
You could stay late
I
if
was
you
gonna say
want.
you could stay.
I still have work to do, so I'll be here.
What a
Go back to
martyr.
action items and see if we can knock.
Yeah, we can get a few more done. Motion to approve the state election warrant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to appoint Rebecca Lacente to the Council on Aging and Human Services Advisory Board for a term to end May 31st, 2029.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none?
Motion to appoint the town election workers with a term of September 1st. Maybe we should skip this one.
Yeah,
Because I got to read those. Okay, we're going to go to 13.5. Motion to approve an application for change of DBA from B Hoppy Brewing LLC, doing business as Wormtown Brewery, changing to Mass Appeal Draft House and Grill, located at 250 Patriot Place.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none?
Motion to approve a license application for a block party submitted by Madeline Estabrook for August 1st, 2026, from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. on 30 Bicknell Street.
Second.
And as it's stated here, public safety has reviewed and approved. They don't have an issue with it. Is this like a closed neighborhood area?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's all dead ends.
That's off of 106, but it's,
They're all
these little
connected.
streets. Okay.
Oh, I know where it is. Okay, never mind. Okay, motion and seconded, right? Approved?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none?
Motion to approve a use of public way application for Max Performance Sharon Triathlon on August 9th, 2026, traveling on Willow Street and East Street between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Second.
Again, public safety has approved.
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Motion to approve Select Board meeting minutes from June 24th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No?
Motion to approve Select Board meeting minutes from July 8th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We still have 5 minutes.
Do your reading of your names, you think you get it
Yeah,
done?
I could do it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sure. Here we go. Motion to approve, nope. Oh, motion to appoint the town election workers with a term of September 1st, 2026 to August 31st, 2027. Second, and then I'll read the names. Yeah. All right, sorry, guys, it'll be 5 minutes, hopefully. Nancy J. Allen, Catherine A. Beckman, Christine Blankenship, Robert Body, Kathleen Brady, Margaret Brady, Raymond Burke, Arlene Butler, Arthur Butler, Pamela Butterworth, Deborah Byron, Margot Carlton, Susan Collins, Karen Coombs, Jane Curtis, Joan DeLuca, Jean Dyer, Alina Engler, Thomas Earhard, Sandra Esmond, David Fitzgerald, Elizabeth Foster, Ellen Garber, Joseph Garrity, Jacqueline Gill, Bruce Gilpin, Carol Goldenberg, Patricia Gorham, Patricia Gover, John Gray, Elizabeth Hall, Scott Hall, Glenda Haney, Courtney Hawker, Horace Jones, Judith Kakluktis, Neil Kaiser, Michael Kaminsky, Shelby Kornbluth, James Lawless, William Lexner, Janet Longren Spinney, Beverly Lord, Elizabeth Lines, Sophia Manos, Paul Morrison, Paul Morissette, James Murphy, Barbara Newhook, Claudia O'Leary, Charles Umet, Jane Umet, Kristen Papiano, Lisa Pereira, William Person, Deborah Peterson, Carol Pignato, Kathleen Porter, Mark Powers, Elaine Price, Alan Ricker, John Rogan, Lucille Sabin, Thomas Sabin, Deborah Schreibner, Maureen Sergi, Patricia Shea, Bruce Storer, Douglas Seuss, Shannon Seuss, Josephine Sullivan, Marsha Walker, Erin Walter, Kirk Yagagian, Susan Yagagian, and Rafaela Ziza Feinstein.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none?
Nice job.
Well done.
You still left us with a
In
minute.
4 minutes.
Yeah. Good.
I'm impressed.
All right. I don't know
me
if
to
you have
go?
anything short? Yeah,
Oh,
you can't start for 2 minutes.
Sure, so we have boards and committees seats open, and one note that Katie wanted to bring up too is the planning board alternate position. We have only one application, so the next step, I think, would be, Katie, right, a joint meeting with the select board, planning board. So I just wanted to raise that and looking at when would we do that, Katie?
August 18th.
So that's where we're looking for now. Advisory committee has openings, design review, agricultural commission, cable TV, cleanup Foxborough, economic development, Foxborough Affordable Housing Trust, Foxborough Commission on Disability, the Cultural Council, Historic District Commission, Planning Board Associate Member, Permanent Building, Municipal and School Building, and Veteran Service Advisory. So their applications are on the website, and we do encourage residents to get involved. A lot of these do not take a lot of time commitments, so it's a great way to get familiar with the community if you're not already involved. We have set a date for a special town meeting. It's going to be Monday, November 9th. And one of the things we are putting out on the table is perhaps doing a special select board meeting at noon, if possible, on the next day, Tuesday, rather than holding a meeting at night. That would just be for the tax recap. So it'd be a quick meeting, but rather than having us all be out 2 nights in a row, just a proposal. We have plenty of time to discuss, but Monday, November 9th is when we're looking for a special town meeting. In the fire department news, we did receive a letter from the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, which is the ATF. They were recognizing the town of Foxborough and Chief Michael Kelleher for the support offered during the World Cup. The fire department hosted the ATF National Response Team, which enabled rapid deployment of bomb technicians, fire investigators, explosive specialists, and K-9 teams to protect residents and visitors. The ATF was very appreciative and commended the town's partnership and stated that the success of World Cup was a testament to the assistance provided by Chief Kelleher and the town of Foxborough. So more kudos, of course, to our fire department and our entire public safety team. So thank you for that. In the police department news, you all know this, but for those at home, that Chief Grace has promoted Sergeant Meg Allen to lieutenant and Patrolman Ryan McGrath to sergeant. And they both ranked first on their promotional list, and we are very proud of them. And Meg Allen is the first one to become a lieutenant, so, as a female, so go Meg. And then also Chief Grace wanted to share that the school resource officer, William Monterosso, was formally recognized by the Norfolk County Juvenile Court for his professionalism and compassionate approach when working with juveniles and their families. And it recognized the officer's commitment to balancing accountability with support for young people and reflects the high standard of service and community engagement that the Foxborough Police Department strives to provide. So I'm very proud of that team. And one more police department news is that Officer Tim Burt, who was embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard in support of World Cup counter UAS operations, and for those that don't know counter UAS, that means it's drones. It's basically the folks that make sure that we can, if a bad actor drone was coming into it, the counter UAS would take that down. And it was interesting to learn. They first tried to take control of the drone through like programming, and then I was there to see that they also have a net that another drone can like shoot a net over, kind of like Spider-Man, and take control of it.
Wow.
And then lastly, the worst case scenario is they actually have to shoot it down. But anyway, Tim Burt was embedded with them, and he played a critical role in helping the FBI establish a manner counter drone operations, not only at World Cup for Boston, but for Boston Fan Fest. And he has spent nearly 3 weeks supporting the effort on non-match days and was specifically recognized by the FBI for his contributions to the success of the mission. So it was just one more example of sort of the high level of operation that Foxborough offered for World Cup. And then lastly on the police department is the Junior Police Academy is underway. I think we've all seen the social media posts. Do I have 2 more minutes, or are we out
No,
of time?
we're actually over.
Okay. Done.
So being on or
No.
about 7:40, public hearing on the premises annual malt and wine restaurant license.
Motion to open the public hearing as the Select Board, acting as the local licensing authority pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 138, will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, beginning at 7:40 p.m. in the Gala Meeting Room, Town Hall, 40 South Street, Foxborough, Mass., on the application of an on-premises annual malt and wine restaurant license for Con Kian 168, Inc., doing business as Con Kian, 34 Mechanic Street, Foxborough, Mass. Manager Pyongpong Wongla. How'd I do?
Second.
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes.
Bill, yes.
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes.
So is there somebody here for the applicant that would like to speak to this? Strictly online?
She's talking, we can't hear her.
You're muted?
Members of the board.
There you go. Thank you. We got you. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Mei Hui Hu. I am the attorney with the law firm of Hu Law Office PC. I represent the applicant, and tonight with me as well is the proposed manager, Piapong Wana. The applicant, application is for a annual beer and wine on-premise license. As you know, 34 Mechanic Street. This used to be the Mandarin Chef. Mandarin Chef has since closed down, and my client found this location and feel like this is a good fit for his Thai restaurant concept. Cancun is a region in northeastern Thailand. And as you can imagine, the menu that Pierre Pong design is going to feature the region of Kangkon. And the northern Thailand food is known for its color and known for its spices. And it's nothing that you would even imagine the regular Thai food that you often see offered in the market. There are 3 partners in this corporation, Pierre Pong and his 2 friends. Combined together, they have over 10 years restaurant experiences. 2 other partners currently own other restaurants as well. So as you can see, they're eager to bring their experiences and also their concept to try to make it work, and hopefully will give something of value to the town of Foxborough. And we're here to answer any question you might have. And also, I would just want to add that all members and all shareholders and officers of the corporation are Massachusetts residents, and they also are U.S. citizens. They are familiar with the rules and regulations regarding service of alcohol, and we're here to answer any questions you might have about our proposal.
So in what you're saying, well, at least a manager, but others would be tip certified or an equal certification?
Yes.
Okay. If the manager would like to give us a little bit, I'm not going to try to pronounce your name, I apologize, but if you'd like to give us your kind of take on this, we'd appreciate it.
Yep. Hi, my name is Pierre Pong Wangla. So actually, the restaurant maybe it's hard to pronounce. It's the Khon Kaen. Okay. So I am one of the owner of this restaurant. We are like kind of. I have one cousin and my friend to open it. So the two person is, I think they sit on the meeting room right now. The family, if you can see it, yeah. So they are one of my team. About my concept for the restaurant, it's gonna be Thai, and we plan to open at 11:30 a.m. until 9 p.m. And so, like the lawyer said, like we have been in the restaurant industry for like 10 years. So I have experience for about the restaurant, and then I also have the 4 restaurants, 3 in Brighton and 1 in Brookline. So one of my restaurants in Brighton named Tong Law hold the all alcohol license, and never have any like complaint, anything from the neighbor, never do any violation. So we follow the rule, everything. So and we like excited to be like part of this community, and
Very good. I appreciate that. Any questions by anybody?
No, I'm actually pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I love Thai food, so
I do too.
I'm looking forward to it.
When do they hope to open?
Oh, when do you hope to open?
So right now I contact all of department for inspection. So probably we can do all of the inspection by next week. After that, we can give you approve for everything. We can ready to open in like a couple of weeks from now.
Oh, well, great.
Is there any issue with the previous license? I mean, I know they closed a while ago, so that's still available, obviously, and
The previous restaurant did not hold a liquor license there.
they didn't hold a liquor license?
They did not.
He did at one point.
Yeah, I did.
They definitely serve liquor.
Oh, but then they
Were they beer and wine? Were they the beer and wine? Were they
beer and wine?
Down to
Yeah, beer and-
just takeout at one point,
Yeah.
and I think that's when the
Was it
alcohol.
maybe
So did he
before?
return? I can look it up, but if he returned it, then I have a
No,
record of
was
when he
fu- I
returned
think it
it.
was full.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
do I.
it was full.
At one point, but that was years ago.
Yeah. So we have a license that?
We do.
You have an issue, okay. All right.
Either way, that's all we
Yeah.
need to know. that there's a
Okay,
license.
yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to make a motion then?
Check and see if anybody else has.
Oh, is there any other comments on this, or concerns, questions, thoughts? Okay.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes?
Bill, yes.
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes?
All right, make a motion to approve the new on-premises annual malt and wine restaurant license for Con Kian 168 Incorporated, doing business as Con Kian, located at 34 Mechanic Street.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? Congratulations.
One more.
Ooh, one more, I'm sorry.
It's
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Motion to approve the common victualers license application for Con Kian 168 Incorporated, doing business as Con Kian, located at 34 Mechanic Street.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So, thank you, and we hope you have the best of luck and good luck with the whole process.
And we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, now we're 7:50, all right, we're right on time.
Right on.
Go ahead.
Make a motion to open the public hearing as the Select Board, acting as the local licensing authority pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 138, will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, beginning at 7:50 PM in the Gala Meeting Room, Town Hall, 40 South Street, Foxborough, Mass., on the application for an alteration of premise application of an on-premise annual all-alcohol beverage license for One Patriot Place LLC, doing business as Davio's Northern Italian Steakhouse, 236 Patriot Place, Foxborough, Mass. Jessica Newell, General Manager.
Second.
Mark, yes?
Stephanie, yes?
Bill, yes?
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes?
Have a tough night.
Amy's falling asleep.
I'm looking sorry. What's happening?
Okay, could you introduce yourselves? and-
Absolutely. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tom Miller from McDermott, Quilty, Miller and Hanley here with the team from Davios. I'm joined by Paul Flaherty and the general manager, Jessica Newell. And we're here to discuss this alteration as described in the in the hearing ad and the hearing notice. That's the word. It's just a night for everybody. The weather's not. The weather's just finally have some
Been a
rain.
long
And
day.
it's,
You started it.
the alteration today, while there have been changes to the property, there are not any overall actual changes to the way in which the business operates per se. The outdoor patio has been covered, so it is more usable, a better amenity for both Davios and for the town of Foxborough to allow that space to be used for a longer period throughout the year. And then there was an addition of a bar to the space, and that bar, while it is new, it does not increase any seating or occupancy. So there's been no change to the occupancy. It just has allowed the space to be a better area for overall operations, both for Davios and for the town. They're going to continue to operate in the way in which the town has come to expect and enjoy as the amenity it is, providing the high-quality meals that they have for how many years now?
18.
18. So many years. It's a great concept and a nice addition. I would keep talking, but you guys have a lot going on tonight, so we would be happy to answer any questions you guys have.
So, I mean, obviously, there's been some consternation about this whole process. We're really, concerned that basically things fall within the guidelines of what's approved. Spaces are used the way they're approved. And any alterations that you do choose to make going forward, you follow the guidelines in the process. I know Katie's worked very hard with you to try to get this to this point, and quite honestly, Davios is a great restaurant. I think the community enjoys that. But we've had to warn a couple of the other participants up there as well recently that there's a plan, and please follow the plan, and we can get to the end here. You'll be monitored for the alteration and how the use is done, and so capacity will be obviously checked on a regular basis. But I think, in general, those are the only comments that I really have, but I don't know if anybody else has any.
No.
So can you just explain, so obviously, I know where the patio is, and your guys are going to cover that, so you can use it. Is it completely enclosed or just a covering?
Just a covering.
Yes,
I was looking to see if I saw a.
So it is
diagram.
completely covered,
Yeah.
and there's glass doors on it that can open completely, so that it's an inside-outside venue. It's roughly 3 seasons. It's a little too cold out there when you get to the dead of winter. But it is completely covered, and it has glass door, all of the doors open completely, so it can be inside, outside.
And there's a little bar in that area now, too?
Yeah, so there's a small bar there that has 7 stools. In the original drawing we submitted, there was 2 tables there of 8, 2 4-tops that we removed and put a bar, mostly for private dining, because we do a lot of private parties out there.
Yeah. And I guess I would just piggyback on what Bill said. I think we've had a couple of alternation of premises for up there. And then one of the concerns we had was, obviously not with Davio's, but one of the concerns we had was people could sit kind of adjacent to the parking lot, and then people were getting drinks and going, and we were told they'd go in one way, and so pretty much this is kind of enclosed. So people aren't going to walk up and order a drink and then walk around Patriot Place with a drink or anything like that.
No.
Yeah, no, actually, the physical plant would prevent it, because there's
Yeah.
plantings all up going all the way up the road, so.
The space is clearly defined.
Yeah,
it-
well,
you know, it's-
Davio's is, I mean, I've eaten at Davio's hundreds of times, one of our favorites,
Thank you.
so. And I met you years and years ago, Paul, you would never remember, a long time ago. I think was in there peddling for a gift card for maybe bid auction or somebody many, many years ago, when you were very, very generous to us.
Thank you.
So I know that's not the type of place it is. I just want to do our due diligence because of how we're finding out that people are coming and going. And that's not really the type of place that people are walking by and grabbing a drink and walking off
not an
anyhow.
in-
But I just
yeah.
figured I'd make sure I asked the question because it has happened at some of the other places, that's all. So no disrespect to Davio's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, motion?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second,
Mark, yes.
Stephanie, yes.
Bill, yes.
Amy, yes.
Debbie, yes.
Motion to approve an alteration of premises application for an on-premises annual all-alcohol beverage license for One Patriot Place LLC, doing business as Davio's Northern Italian Steakhouse, located at 236 Patriot Place.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Good luck.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
On the last item, when we were doing the Thai restaurant, there was a couple of things I needed to just
Oh, okay.
read into the record by an abutter, and I just forgot.
We can do that right now?
Yes, that's what so there was an abutter, there was a couple of issues. There is a request by that abutter for me to read into the public record. She didn't highlight this, but I'll say, hello, Katie. My name is Frank Baroness, and I am the owner of 3638 Mechanic Street. I understand that Mr. Concan is applying for an annual malt and wine license. I would like to ask the board to take a good look at their parking situation, as I think they might create traffic issues, as they only have 5 parking spaces. I will be flying out of the country on Tuesday and be able to attend the meeting, not be able to attend the meeting. I would like to have my concerns to be read during the hearing. Thank you, Frank. It was confirmed by our assessing department that there is a shared easement agreement established in 1996 by North Shore Holdings, Inc. Frank, an applicant and owner of 34 Mechanic Street, connected the easement record, and plans were shared with both partners. That was confirmed after the email, and then a second email. I'm on my way to catch a flight, and I will not be back till the end of September. My concern is that parking remains the same, and I don't want the restaurant to be using my parking as my tenants need the spaces for their customers. I just talked with the owner, and he assured me that their customers are not allowed to park on my side. In this case, I think the meeting should go on as scheduled. Thank you, Frank. So,
Cool.
we
Okay,
officially
Frank.
read that into the record.
You're all set.
Okay.
I mean, and the reality is there has been, a premise, similar premise there with traffic coming and going for years. And to my knowledge, we've never heard of any issues at those times, so. Okay, thank you. All right, 8:05, 8:10.
She have more stuff?
That's not, 8:10's not a,
We have 119 Moore Street.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah.
You're right.
okay, 119 Moore Street regulatory agreement. Is there anybody here?
No, that you have a letter from Barney in the file. Let's see.
You want to,
This is a standard, let me just, a standard form that's required by the state, and that Barney's written a letter here that he's writing in his capacity as chairman of the Board of Appeals to respectfully request that the Select Board approve and authorize execution of the Local Initiative Regulatory and Use Agreement, called the Regulatory Agreement, for Rowan Greens, which is the 119 Moore Street property. It's a housing development and will consist of 36 condominium units, 9 of which are low and moderate income units, pursuant to a comprehensive permit that was granted by the Board of Appeals on March 16, 2023. Execution of the regulatory agreement is required in connection with final approval of this development and by the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, and the regulatory agreement form and substance is dictated by EOHLC. The provisions that were been added to and deleted from the agreement are consistent with the comprehensive permit granted by the Board of Appeals. Then it goes on to talk about the Board of Appeals in granting the comprehensive permit did so based on its opinion that development of 119 Moore Street property as so authorized would be in Foxborough's best interest. We have recently met with Bruce Wheeler, the project's developer, his architect and civil engineer, to review the development's architectural plans, and continue to believe that this project will produce attractive and desirable homes for its future residents. Accordingly, the approval and subsequent execution of the regulatory agreement is requested to bring this project to fruition. The regulatory agreement imposes certain obligations on the town, in particular with respect to the development's marketing plan for its low and moderate income dwelling units and the future resales of those units. Barney is happy to assist the town staff in addressing those matters. In connection with the marketing plan, I would request that the Select Board determine that it include a preference for Foxborough residents to the extent permitted by law. I have addressed this with Mr. Wheeler and understand he's amenable to this request. Thank you for consideration and attention to this matter and for your assistance in furthering development of 119 Moore Street.
and you are?
Yeah. My name is Brad Latham. I'm here with Bruce Wheeler, who was just referenced in the correspondence. We do respectfully request, if the board would find it appropriate, to either authorize its chair or the whoever you feel is appropriate to execute the regulatory agreement. This assures that the affordable units remain in perpetuity as affordable units, and they do in fact conform to the state requirements. There'd be 9 units that would benefit here, and all 9 of them are 3-bedroom. If you have any question, I'm more than happy to answer them.
What about the local preference? Are you willing to?
Yes, we
do
are.
it to the maximum
Yep,
extent?
absolutely.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Well, I know Barney's done a lot of work, doesn't I? I happened to talk to him earlier about this one, so most of my questions, quite honestly, were answered in that. But does anybody here on the board?
No,
have
same
any
thing with
questions?
me.
I did notice that you've obviously got the roadways, you've been doing the roadway work and stuff.
We have made significant headway on the infrastructure and charging forward on that end, and excited to get foundations in the ground and start marketing very soon. We'll start marketing.
You plan this fall to start with the
Yes,
foundations?
yeah.
Very good. Okay.
Right.
Any other comments or
No,
concerns?
I drove by very recently and saw that you guys had started that whole thing, but I've actually followed this from the beginning with all of the meetings, so I'm good.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing I'm going to say, just so it's very clear, and I did support this project from the beginning, so I am going to vote no, just so you know, as, we don't have to talk about it, the 4 members of the board supported it, but I don't want to, I just want you to know why, I'm just going to
Don't take it personally.
stick with
It's fine.
how I was, so that's
Yeah.
it.
Motion to approve the 119 Moore Street Regulatory Agreement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstaining? Nobody? Okay.
Motion to authorize the town manager to approve any necessary non-substantive revisions to the regulatory agreement that has been presented to the board.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Does
That
everybody
I can
have
say
jet
aye,
lag
because
today?
you guys support, you guys, it's going through. I give you my permission. I've turned into Amy tonight.
I know, I don't
So
know.
you're all set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to be working very hard to create wonderful housing for the town of Foxborough, and we're really excited to do so.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
You're one of the few boards of selectmen I've appeared before that keep their schedule.
Try.
I don't want to throw you off.
Thank you.
Mass Clean Water.
Yeah, do you have
Term
a
loan?
bunch of reading to do?
Yeah, so do you want to discuss it a little bit first, or just go right into the motion?
Not really, I mean, this is
But this'll
something we
be-
have, this is a required
Okay.
form, we actually have to read it as required, it has to do with us being able to bond or loan it, take the loan, and
Okay.
it's all dictated to us.
This on the PFAS plant?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So bear with me, everybody, this is going to be a minute. First, motion to approve the interim loan note and bond in connection with loan commitment number DWEC-25-12 from the Massachusetts Clear Water Trust for PFAS treatment plant. And I'm a chemist, too, you'd think I'd know. Should we second it and then read?
What, I don't know what you're reading, I don't have it in front of me.
Just read it, okay. Okay, the board, select board to vote to, number 1, that the town shall issue a bond or bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $10 million, quote unquote, the bonds, pursuant to Chapter 29C and 44 of the general laws, and a vote of the town passed October 27th, 2025, Article 9, for planning or construction of drinking water infrastructure, in quotes, the project. Number 2, that the terms of the financing agreement, in quotes, or agreements between the town and the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, again in quotes, the trust, the financing agreement, and the project regulatory agreement, again in quotes, the agreements between the town and the Department of Environmental Protection of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, in quotes, the project regulatory agreement, each relating to the notes and the bonds are hereby approved. Number 3, that in anticipation of the issuance of the bonds, the treasurer is authorized to issue an interim loan note or notes, in parentheses, the notes, from time to time in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $10 million. Number 4, that each bond or note shall be issued as a single registered security and sold to the trust at a price determined pursuant to the financing agreement. Number 5, that the treasurer is authorized to determine the date, the form, the maximum interest rate, and the principal maturities of each bond and note, and to execute a financing agreement with the trust with respect to the sale of the bonds and notes, such date, form, and maturities, and the specific interest rate or rates of the bonds and notes to be approved by a majority of the select board and the treasurer, and evidenced by their execution of the bonds or notes. Number 6, that any certificates or documents relating to each bond and notes, in parentheses, collectively, the documents, may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original and all of which shall constitute one and the same document. Delivery of an executed counterpart of a signature page to a document by electronic mail in a PDF file or by other electronic transmissions shall be as effective as delivery of a manually executed counterpart signature page to such document. And electronic signatures on any of the documents shall be deemed original signatures for the purposes of the documents and all matters relating thereto having the same legal effect as original signatures. Number 7, that all action taken to date by the town and its officers and agents to carry out the project and its financing, including the execution of any loan commitment or agreement by the treasurer, are hereby ratified, approved, and confirmed. And lastly, number 8, that the treasurer and the other appropriate town officials are each hereby authorized to take any and all actions necessary or convenient to carry out the provisions of this vote, including execution and delivery of the financing agreement and the project regulatory agreement relating to the project.
Good job. You earned your pay today.
Second.
Yeah. No discussion.
Yeah, is there any discussion?
No. Yeah,
It's self-explanatory.
I had a lot of questions, but it's all good.
A motion and seconded?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you, Doc, for that.
You're welcome.
We have an update that the board, on the entertainment license and the lawsuit against the town. I want to start, we do have some prepared information. I want to start with just a quick comment that, and to make sure that the town understands exactly what this is all about. The town actually owns 24 acres in which the stadium sits on. Due to that 24-acre ownership, there is a lease between the town and the craft organization. That lease, the first phase of it has 12 years left on it, and then there are 3 additional periods of another 30 years. So everything we do, especially if it has any kind of a major change to the lease, has to be brought back to town meeting. So I want the town to be very clear that what we're doing is basically any negotiations that we propose, we will do in good faith and with the town in best interest, and it will come back to the town. The 2026 license did not ask for $1 million for the licensing fee. The licensing fee was $100. The $950,000 was additional cost that the town has been covering up to this point, and believes that is duly should be positioned under the craft organization. The case remains pending before the Superior Court, so our comments today must be appropriately limited, but we will continue to discuss litigation strategy and other matters and could affect the legal process. What I can share is that the town has filed its response to the lawsuit, including a counterclaim, and that the matter will now proceed through the judicial process. The town continues to believe we acted in lawful and appropriate. We acted lawfully and appropriately in this issue, in issuing the entertainment license, and imposing conditions necessary to protect the public health and safety. Town council will vigorously defend the town's position. There's also been some public misunderstanding about what the case is about. It is not about us creating a new tax or imposing new fees simply because the events are being held. The town's position is that the licensee provides a mechanism for reimbursement of the costs that are uniquely public safety services required to safely host these private events. These services extend well beyond police officers and firefighters during event days. Imposition of those costs are supported by both the lease between the town and the Kraft organization and applicable law. Over the years, the Kraft Stadium has experienced substantial growth. And I'm just going to add something there. When the lease was put in place, there were 10 Patriots games plus potentially additions if they were into the playoffs, and a handful of concerts. We are now having years where we're dealing with 74 events that all require public safety planning and processing, and that does not happen on game day. So again, those services have to be provided. Depending on the size and nature of the event, the work may include months of operational planning, training, emergency preparedness, traffic management, emergency communications, interagency coordination, staffing, equipment, and other public safety resources necessary to protect patrons, residents, and visitors. These efforts begin long before the first attendee arrives and continue well after the event concludes. As the litigation moves forward, we will continue to provide procedural updates when appropriate. Because this is an active legal matter, there will be limits on what we can discuss publicly. We remain committed to keeping the community informed while respecting the judicial process, and we will protect the town's rights.
Thank you. Well said.
Thanks, Bill.
Next, did you have something else, Paige, on yours?
Yeah, just not too much. We have a strategic plan open house, and really hoping that folks mark their calendars now for this. It's September 29th from 3 to 7 p.m. at the community center. I'll be updating us every time we meet. Again, this is a drop-in, stop by. You don't have to stay for 4 hours. Even if you participated in the past, please come. This is the next phase. Even if you haven't participated in the past, please come, because we're setting the stage for the future. So I just strongly encourage residents to attend, and on September 29th from 3 to 7. We issued some town licenses. The Agent Orange Candlelight Vigil, sponsored by the Veteran Services Department, will be held on August 8th from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. on the town common. Then Scarlet J's production, they'll be doing short film scenes on the town common on August 8th from 11 to 7. It's going to overlap. Burn Boot Camp, bodyweight workout, sponsored by the Boyden Library on September 9th at 6 p.m. on the town common. And POW MIA Ceremony and Vigil, sponsored by Veterans Services Department on September 18th and 19th, 2026 on the common. And then Human Resources, one thing that I think the board knows, but just for the general public to know, that our Director of Land Use and Economic Development, Catherine Fierick, has given her notice. She will be leaving at the end of July. She got a fantastic job in another community, and we will miss her greatly. She did yeoman's work for us through MBTA Communities and Neponset, and she will be missed. The good news is we have a very strong pool of candidates, and we're moving quickly and coordinating with the planning board on that. For open positions, we have a library assistant technical services and a human resources specialist, and that's all I have.
On one of the points you made earlier, as far as open board positions, the Permanent Municipal School Building Committee, I just wanted to make a comment to that. We did have somebody who was interested in it. The practice of the committee has been to try to get, as best we can, people that have backgrounds in any type of construction, design, maintenance, and it served the community very well. So, architects, electricians, plumbers, engineers. The board is basically responsible for all of the buildings in town as far as their design, and then, monitoring during construction. And so while we've had a couple that I think are, have great interest in what we do, the lack of actual ability to support the board's needs, I just want to be clear that that's what the board is looking for. So, and we know there's many people out there, and it's like anything that could deal with the construction or building trades, that lend a helping hand. A lot of times, the board actually, really does represent the town well as far as commenting on issues that architects and others bring up that aren't really in line with the way the town views things. So, again, love the interest, glad that people are interested, but I think that's really what the committee is looking for. If we're not able to find that, then obviously we will take others, I guess.
And I think I'd also mention, even though it's in our goals this year is to evaluate the personnel board, that is also something that we don't have enough members. We actually don't have a standing member. Someone just texted me to remind me of that. So it's kind of in flux. We're figuring it out, but in the meantime, it is a requirement. So if anybody has any HR or experience, then we'd be looking for volunteers. We're kind of been stuck for a little while without one, and it's making things rather difficult. So again, all those public people out there who want to volunteer, sign up.
Well, especially, if in any of these positions that you actually have background on, that's what helps the town.
Yeah, and it's very, very rare that the meetings occur. I mean, these, again, most of these meetings are, we're not talking even monthly, talking very as needed. So there are ways to do it where the time commitment is quite minimal.
Okay, so you're done. I don't believe, does anybody on the select board have any updates?
I actually have a question. Isn't there a meeting tomorrow about Neponset?
Yes.
Yeah.
12:30?
What,
No.
June?
I've been on
I'm
vacation,
looking
I'm
for
sorry.
it, but I
Probably.
11:30, so,
11:30.
resident discussion meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, 7/22 at 11:30. This session is being held at the Foxborough Community Center.
Thank you, that's
So I
great.
did wanted to mention that.
Oh, that's fabulous. And then is there another, do we have?
There's another one the next day, I think.
I don't know when the other one
Yes, there are
is.
two. They're right
Yeah, I know
back
there's
to
another
back.
one.
I just read that one.
Yeah, so if anybody's interested in a Ponset, give us a call tomorrow, and we can give you the real, both times, because I think there's two. And there's also, I think tomorrow night is the unveiling of the new Fox.
I was going to bring that up, yeah.
Yes,
That's all in
so,
the community center?
6 o'clock up at the community
community
center.
center, yes.
Be there.
Busy, busy.
Okay.
Exciting.
Anything else? Anybody?
Bedtime.
Okay.
No.
It's only 3:25 a.m. in Greece right now.
Move to adjourn.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening, everybody.
Night.
Good morning.